Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcasting network. Tonight, we present to you our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, Bloody Strings.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to the finale for Bloody Strings, one of the many chronicles here at St. Pete. I am Devlin, your humble storyteller this evening, and these are my lovely players. Please introduce yourselves again.
Hi, I'm Truckexe, and I play Drake Monahan, the brash, bold Buhari Bruja.
Hi, I'm Kendall, Kendall the Elemental on TikTok, and I'll be playing Maggie Haywood the Hecata.
Hello, I'm Lekar, Lekar the Artificer on TikTok, and I am once again playing the well-dressed ne'er-do-well Toreador, Matthew Halden.
Hey, I'm Mew, and I'll be playing Sophie Clews, the Malted Milkshake Malkavian.
Thank you very much. Let's get started. So, last we left with the group having come together, making a couple preparations needed before going to the blood drive that is coming up very soon. But before we get to the main event, we are going to go to Miss Haywood's mortuary. What is Maggie doing this evening?
Maggie is taking her time and strapping a body down to the slab it's on. She is making sure both hands and both legs are fully strapped down. And she has on their forehead basically a sleeping mask that she can pull down at her leisure if necessary.
On the forehead. Got it.
Uh-huh. She will kind of look down at Victor. He's like partly healed. He's healed enough to...
He is, as you said, you've been giving him some blood, not really letting him communicate, but he has healed much of the wound that was given to him by Drake just a couple weeks ago.
Mhm.
Do you remove the stake?
Yeah, she will reach for the stake and pull it out, but not in a way to re-injure him.
You pull the stake out. He sits there quietly for a moment. And then finally kind of takes a moment to feel against the restraints. Doesn't say anything just yet. Well, dear, you probably could have gone a little tighter.
I don't know you that well.
That's a shame. We should fix that.
Perhaps we should. Who are you?
That is a very good question.
Yes, it is one that I'm asking.
Still figuring that out.
I was told your name was Victor.
Is a very strange place to be. Where's Bellatrix?
You were expecting
God, I haven't
Bellatrix.
seen her in forever. Or Nick? No, Nick's dead. How many of you are still alive?
Are you speaking about my coterie? Because it seems you're only identifying the Malkavian so far.
They understood, but they were also terribly ignorant. Especially Nick, but not his fault. He kind of looks about the room. Maggie, Haywood,
Yes.
the Hekata. A very drab take on the passing of life, if I recall. What a great conversationalist.
We never had a conversation.
No, that would have been with them. It's really hard to keep things together nowadays.
I see. Hard to sort out your memories from another person's.
Well, it's more like deciding what belongs to the new, right? Like going through a bunch of old pictures, deciding what to toss out and what to keep.
Do you have any idea what you're keeping? Or is everything a little too new?
Oh, well, a good couple weeks in a box make it really easy to go through some old things I've been ignoring for a while.
What clan are you?
I'm a Toreador.
Are you sure?
There's nothing I'm more sure about.
See. Can I insect check that?
Yeah. Give me what's inside.
That is 4 successes.
This person very strongly believes they are a Toreador. You don't detect any lie.
Okay.
Always a rose, always will be.
I'm sure you are. There was this odd connection between you and another one of my coterie mates. Can you explain that?
I suppose it's something akin to clawing your way out of a hole. Just grab onto whatever you can get a hold of.
You see.
Are these restraints necessary?
Yes, I don't know you.
Mm.
And healing can make the person quite hungry.
Do you have anything? Possibly with elevate in it would be great.
Unfortunately, I only have bags.
Bellatrix would have something.
Unfortunately, I am not Bellatrix.
Unfortunately not, but pleasant company all the same. What are we getting at here if I am not allowed to be unrestrained? You're wishing for a name. I don't have a name to give you. I suppose you can call me Victor if that makes you feel better.
I'm more trying to understand why you're in my house.
That's a
Who you
good
are.
question.
And what do you want? You seem to have gotten into quite a bit of trouble lately, but seems aimless.
Oh no, I've gotten what I wanted. Now I look for something else. I have finally done something. I have ascended, so to speak. Now all that's left is to do, well, his work.
I see. His. Is this... I know Gray was one of the faithful. Are you one of those?
I'm sure you've never met someone more devoted.
He spoke of someone by the name of Michael. Do you serve the same?
Well, the Nephilim is the only path that can be truly followed. Everything else is a lie.
I see, I see. I would like to activate Oblivion Sight and then rouse for that lore sheet a bit.
Which one?
The double vision from Amethyst Hue lore sheet.
Okay.
I get hungrier, but I do not get a stain.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Yes, yes it is. Oblivion is a fickle mistress. I am going to fix that. Okay, it has been fixed. I spent a lot, but I got 4 successes.
Okay. And this is to see if something is hiding. Or
Yeah. It is to see if there is a another spirit within the body. Or possessing.
So for this particular ritual, it is something that is like supposed to be very much. It was designed for an instance where two souls possess a body. This is not something that typically would be caught in the case of Diablerie. So nothing triggers here.
Okay.
This person is speaking. This is who you are speaking to.
Alright. She'll deactivate it. Last I was told, you were a part of a different garden.
Yes, he was very fond of his gardens. He was lost. And now he's found.
I see.
See, the problem with eating all of your children, it gets a little harder and a little harder to eat the next one.
It sounds like the same problem Zeus had. No, wait, not Zeus. Cronus.
Another would be
Eventually
God
call out.
beaten by his better. See, dear Victor was so broken and misguided. Words wouldn't reach him. I figured that out eventually. The way to save Victor was for us to become one. And in his salvation, I ascend.
Is this what you wanted, Gray?
It's what needed to happen.
And what do you plan on doing now?
Spread the gospel. What I've always wanted to do. Nothing's changed.
This act changes you inherently.
Oh, well. To make an omelet and all that.
Well, there is quite a bit going on at the moment. I'm going to release you afterwards. They expect you to live on as this Victor.
The name doesn't matter. It's the task at hand that's important.
I see. And you're willing to be hunted by his former compatriots.
I was so close to bringing them all into the fold. But that little friend of yours, jumped the gun just a little too soon.
You could say that he is a similar way of zealotry.
Zealotry.
Is that not the way to describe you? Would you prefer a different word?
The word you choose to describe me doesn't matter.
Words always matter.
How has this city been treating you, Miss Haywood?
As well as any other city.
This place is... It needs to be freed. It tries too hard to be safe and orderly, not realizing that that is not the way to go. That's not how to make a point, to make a stand. This place will fall as any other city has, without proper guidance.
And you think that's you?
It can only be me. But no, I am simply a voice. It is the prince who is the most important.
Yes, Prince Carmine does have final say.
Mm-hmm. He is a god, and thus should be treated as such. Albeit a smaller god, but that can be fixed in time.
I am sure he would appreciate all of this admiration you give him. But, like I said, there is something large that needs to be done in the next couple of nights. Then I will
Yes,
release
and
you
little
onto
blood
your
drive.
own. Yes, you're aware of that.
I can hear your conversations, dear.
That's true. I will release you.
So I must continue to wait in the locker until you may or may not survive this encounter you're going into.
The sheriff is aware of you being here. If I do not release you, he will. But you heard that conversation. Is there a reason you want me to come back? Would you miss me?
Of course. Terribly.
I will help you keep this secret of yours. But you're not going to come after my coterie again.
I was after your coterie. I haven't been after your coterie for roughly a month now. After the Diablerie happened.
I see.
But I did want to try and save Drake, but he may be too far gone.
You are still welcome to try.
I think he might try to kill me.
But isn't that the fun part?
You make a fair point.
Keep up your secret.
Beg your pardon?
Keep up the secret. Or would you like people to know that you have undergone an incredible change?
I have undergone a change. And what will come at the other end of it, I cannot say. I'm no longer Gray, and I'm no longer Victor.
A new story. You will have to find a new name.
Shouldn't be too difficult.
There are many out there. But I get the feeling you want to find something unique for yourself. I wouldn't be surprised if you went so far as to call yourself Michael.
Oh, I wouldn't dare.
I think you are just daring. Well, she will kind of raise the stake again. I must get going. I do appreciate this conversation.
Not even a little bit of drugs before you stick me back in a hole.
I don't have the drugs you're looking for.
Oh well. As you were.
She will put the stake back in. And she will slide the door shut.
What is on Maggie's mind?
Maggie is going through a lot of different possibilities because she has seen the results of a lot of diablerie within like the past couple of months. And the fact that these souls merged so quote-unquote cleanly make her start wanting to kind of study it, but she knows she can't get that close to studying it. It's complicated, but she is now with that conversation, she is pretty comfortable in saying that he won't pursue the Coterie, but he might pursue select members. Because what she remembers of Gray is that he had a very warped sense of love. Very warped sense in the way of ownership. And that was more than just romantic feeling. And she knows that would probably primarily be targeted at Matthew at this point. So she's keeping him in a box until they can further discuss this when she lets him out of the box. But this is brought some new theories into her mind because of how he spoke. But yeah, she is. She warned the sheriff that he would be a problem. And he's going to be.
Sometime later, after this conversation and some consideration, the rest of your coterie arrive at the mortuary.
Sophie comes swinging in the door with 3 different bags. She's wearing a long yellow dress with a nice V-neck, and she runs up to Maggie. Maggie, I know that the world may be ending, or at least just the city. We shouldn't maybe exaggerate. But you must help me. I cannot decide which of these to wear. I've tried doing my hair as well, and it won't cooperate with me. It won't get right. And I need you to help me make a decision. Just which one? I've got a nice powder blue over here, or do you think is this black dress event? Or should I be more like a modern woman wear a pantsuit?
Sophie. It's a fair and a blood drive. It is not a black dress event, and it is not a pantsuit event. The blue one will be just fine. What are you so nervous about?
You're right. Perhaps we should wait for Mr. Halden to get here. He always has great ideas on fashion and the like.
Wasn't he the one that had to be correct on how to dress us when we went to that other?
That's true, but he had Carmen over his shoulder. He was maybe not in the best state of mind.
Okay, are you going to answer me on whether you are doing well? What are you so nervous about outside of it being almost the end of the world?
Precisely. This is there is a lot on our shoulders. We must accomplish a great task. I have a pivotal part in this, in hoping to conceal our unfortunate sacrifice, which is not
Her
a
name
good
was
thing.
Noree, right?
Well, we're sacrificing Sarah, I thought.
We are sacrificing Sarah, but your friend, your roommate, Marie, right?
Yes. Yes. What about?
Is this your first time going on a date with her?
Well, she didn't say that. Unless did she imply that? Did I? Was I quite oblivious in our consultation?
You just seem to be treating this like a date. Like a first date.
So I'm overdressed, you're saying?
I don't think there's going to be much of a dress code for this sort of thing. It's Florida. People tend to show up in what they show up in.
Right. Well,
I think if you wore floaties and various accoutrements that were stretching out from you, people would take more attention because it would hit them. But otherwise, they wouldn't really pay much attention to what you're wearing.
right. Well, I will go change then. Let me know when Halden and Drake come along. And Sophie runs to the other room.
Okay.
Drake would walk in at that point. It's like, howdy, hey, Miss Haywood. How we doing?
Well enough. She kind of just has stared off after Sophie. And then she looked back at him. How are you doing?
Yeah, not by night. I've got various things I figured you'd want to say on whether or not I should try to hide or bring any. He's wearing a denim jacket, but there's folds within that just hides stakes. And he shows they could just pull them out. Actually subtle for once.
Well, I think the primary people you're gonna have problems with are mortals. But those harm mortals as well, so.
Oh yeah, as I've displayed, you take the heart out, mortal ain't gonna survive. I still take that seriously. I still take that slip up seriously, but I'm gonna shut up now before I say something stupid.
Sophie walks back in wearing the powder blue dress. Drake, wonderful. Tell me, does this show friendly or sexy?
Miss Clews, you radiate friendliness. As for sexy, yeah, I'd say I could radiate it. It's more mentality. And he gestures at himself. You just gotta feel it, Miss Clews.
All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Matt will come walking in. You know, I really would like to lay out of this place. And then he'll look at Sophie. Got a date?
He's trying to be friendly and sexy.
I would definitely paint a picture of her and keep it framed somewhere.
You know, I'm not really sure. Why don't we focus on our roles tonight?
And he'll kind of just chuckle. What's his name?
Her.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Right. Well, the plan. I will hide our friend who is unfortunately going to pass, but for a very good cause that is mostly unavoidable. And what will the two of you be doing while Maggie is performing the ritual that hopefully will save all of us and the city?
That's him, making sure no one gets a little too friendly.
And as a bonus, hopefully, turn former bestie into something that won't get us in trouble.
Hopefully a corpse.
I have ideas.
I'm sure you have ideas and fantasies, but neither of those things are plans.
Yeah. Well. Okay, maybe a couple, but no, nothing that extreme.
I mean, you could always turn someone into a meat saxophone.
You should see somebody about that.
Anyway, I have some things written down that I was noodling on about what's going on. There is likely going to be a specific phlebotomist that they may be using, or a specific few of them, if they are pointedly trying to introduce this blood into our society. Because there are a number of some tests that have to be run on people that are donated with blood in order to donate it, and they would have to bypass these sort of things if they are drugged. I am going to, if Mr. Corwin is amenable to it, he will be assisting you by way of persuading some of these medical professionals. He has leeway, he has connections with them. He should be able to assist in that front. I will ask you don't put him in direct danger, but it may be unavoidable.
I'm not going to use him as a meat shield, if that's what you're wondering.
I didn't think you would, but I appreciate your reassurance.
Now, this one, however, I can't guarantee. Just make sure he's not in front of Drake.
I promise I'd be subtle. I'll be subtle.
Brigitte has also given quite a large donation to this drive, so we should all have very good access to any place that you are need to go to.
Thank you.
I'll say, if I'm having to use abilities that make me hungrier, we're in a bit of a pickle.
Which is why I have asked if any of you have herd members to bring into the area just in case.
I wish I could say I could. Racker was the last.
Yes, the patrons of Books and Bourbon have been aware of this drive and have been enthusiastically encouraged to attend. I am a bit concerned, though, if they are to be potentially infected.
It may take a little while to get them back to normal if they are drugged. But eventually, blood cycles. It is what the kidneys are.
And I'm sure more than a few of my students are aware of this, so...
Do we know the area you're setting up for your ceremony?
It is in the middle of Clear Vista, at the pinnacle of the center of the triangle of this whole spider. And there's... Sophie has graciously had her Brigitte set up a tent that should be able to contain the ceremony.
All right. Do we have a method for you to reach me if you need me to get over there instantaneously?
I assume you have a phone, but I would probably be unable to use it during the ceremony.
Oh, if something is going wrong and Maggie is in the middle of the ceremony and can't, is preoccupied, I can use my owl call to reach you.
That is, I'm sure, elucidating. That's Clews. Matthew, do you have any of those little things you put in the ear that allow constant communication?
The earbuds, yes, I still have them.
Yeah. Sophie, I love your owl call. I'm sure it is very effective, but sometimes technology just has that little bit of an edge. I hope you don't mind if we use that.
Well, yes, I'll simply owl call into the piece, and then you'll know that something terrible is happening and that you should come.
That sounds lovely.
This is what's going to make this plan worth it.
Oh yes, I do love me some owls.
Maggie will pause and look back at the drawers and then back at them. You did save Gray.
Oh.
No.
Yes.
Unless one of us slept-walked back into a room full of pissed-off people with guns and got his body out of that building, we didn't save no one. Unless you mean,
Matthew.
Something happened to Victor and he's no longer a threat, then...
Matthew. That is not Victor anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That Victor in there is Gray.
Oh, now there's a twist to the plot.
He will no longer be a threat to this coterie.
Isn't this good news though? Because now diablerie is a crime,
It is
probably punishable by execution, much like how Duncan suffered. So we can propose now that instead of Sarah, we send Victor, who unfortunately maybe is gray, but Victor did the crime. Oh, so I guess I don't know, maybe we shouldn't blame Gray, but that's a far worse crime than Sarah committed.
That's assuming. Now, how did you figure this out? Did they tell you this?
Conversation.
Okay. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but take it from a guy who spent his entire life bullshitting his way through life. Are you sure that's not just Victor, the dramatic fuckwit that is, just trying to say that?
Victor and I never had a conversation previous to this night. He talked to me in a very familiar fashion about things that only Gray and I spoke about.
Or what if it's Edwin who has changed his face to look like Victor?
I'm keeping him in the drawer until all of this is said and done. And then I'm going to release him and let him tie his own noose.
Maggie,
What?
this is a question for both you and Matt. Was Gray one of the Bahari, do you know?
From what I understood, he was an adherent of Michael.
The Nephilim? Fascinating. Huh. That's right! And Drake will go off for just a moment, trying to raise his hand, like he's trying to stop laughing, but he's just a massive grin has split his face, and he's just like, I'm sorry. Personal satisfaction. Continue.
You good, buddy?
I'm good. My deepest apologies for the tangent. Please continue, Miss Haywood.
I was finished. I stated everything I needed to state.
Drake's just smiling, nodding. All those storm clouds that if anyone was paying attention, that seemed to be over his shoulders, seem a lot lighter. And he's acting. So, all right, make sure no one interrupts Miss Haywood's ceremony. Mingle, make sure no one gets poisoned. Take care of a hunter that's being a pain to our fair artist. Anything I'm missing?
These are likely going to be separate things within the same event.
Fair
It's
enough.
unlikely that the hunters will particularly care about this ceremony. They're more invested in infecting our blood supply.
Oh, don't worry. We got that covered.
It's about that moment you each receive a text. It looks like a map. Generally, just kind of where things are placed. It looks like they're doing it in a park. There's a bunch of little tents set up for the donations and things on that line. There is a larger tent kind of off to the side where the blood drive is likely operating out of. There is a spot marked just off the site that seems to be marked for the ceremony. It's pretty rounded map and area placement. The text is from Kyle. Been given leave to keep an eye on things. See you there. Good luck.
Same to you.
I'm not sure if I trust him. Do you think he would shoot one of us?
Probably.
Well,
Wonderful,
surprised
I guess.
he hasn't.
Keep your heads under tents, I suppose.
From what I understand, there are going to be more than just him as agent of the sheriff within this event, considering the severity of it.
Do you think we could at least petition to the sheriff? I mean, this does change things a little bit if Victor isn't the Victor that they were concerned of losing. It is, I mean, Victor's already lost.
As far as anyone's concerned, this is going to be Victor.
Yeah, so Miss Clews, I have my own opinions on that situation, but it's also not central to what we're trying to achieve tonight any longer. Hell, who's ready for a party?
Shall we?
I suppose there's no putting it off.
Although, Matt, may I have a moment of your time?
Sure.
And Greg will let the others walk forward for a bit. Just take a moment. How do you feel if our dear Diablerist dies in the future?
Are you talking about not Victor?
I am. I need you to understand. I know you saw me and how I felt about what was going on in that moment. That hasn't changed. If anything, this proves that I was right. There may come a time I have to kill your friend, or what's left of him.
Considering I'm off with a bunch of my new friends to stop and possibly kill an old one, it's a little redundant that you asked that question.
You've earned enough of my respect that I felt I should ask it.
However, I have no idea what's going on with the politics of your group or whatever the hell Gray was a part of.
Oh, the Nephilim are fun ones, don't get me wrong, but yeah, we don't get along.
Obviously. Because if you guys were friends, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be asking to off one of mine.
Yeah, it's more that he perverted a already perverted ritual of our faith, but was doing so in a manner that fuck only knows, not mother only knows what the hell that was, the purpose of that was. But I figured I'd ask before things, get hard or anything, or if something happened. But hey, I got your back tonight. All right? I'll let you take the lead, and I'll trust you to know where my skills are most applicable.
If you're gonna have to, we'll see what happens. I mean, you might not get the chance. You might. Who knows? At this point, not my circus, not my monkey.
Well, if I have to use my abilities, things are probably gone tits up.
I have some interesting takes on what to do. So, just worst case scenario, if it gets too hot in there, I'm gonna need you to
make things hotter.
No. We'll see how it goes, but depending on how hot I start burning, I might need you to get me out of there.
Fair enough. I'll make sure you learn how to fly, right? Right. And he walks off.
Everybody else is left at this point, right? So far, everybody else is taken off.
No, y'all are in my house.
Okay.
You're just giving a little bit of space.
Okay. Is there any business left for moving forward?
If we go to the vehicle that we're going to take over, if Maggie has brought the cooler, Sophie will attempt to conceal it.
Okay.
Maggie was going to get Drake carry it because it has a body in it.
Which Drake will do.
It's also got water.
Yeah, go ahead and make the roll for me when you are ready.
I'm going to blood surge this as well.
Sure thing.
That's 5 successes.
Yeah, easy enough. Now, point of order. Sophie, did you properly tell Maria where you were going to be?
She did not. So Marie would have to rely on her spidey sense.
Okay. So, the group is splitting up how?
Maggie and Sophie, Matthew and Drake. Sure.
Okay. You all begin driving. It doesn't take long before you get to kind of the outer area of the blood drive. You can see there's a lot of people. You can hear music, some announcements every once in a while, kind of organizing information for people. You can see the larger tent and the several smaller tents. You see in a parking lot a little ways away a fleet of like trucks ready to move blood as needed. You see that there are people taking things to those trucks occasionally, and then none of them are taking off. They seem to be just loading them and preparing them for the end of the event when they will take off. You guys go to the spot that is circled on the map. It looks like a small clearing. There's a couple of trees providing a little cover from the rooftops nearby, where you see that there are a few people already gathered here. A few you already recognize, the Belmonts, and a few other people, likely retainers and ghouls. You see a couple of people that you recognize, usually as security at the Dolly, seem to be present. How would you wish to proceed?
Maggie is going to go and join the Belmonts after kind of looking over at Sophie. Be careful.
Yes, do you want me to stay with the cooler for now?
I think we should be able to move it. From what you said before, it would only... We will need you again afterwards.
Right. Well, I suppose I'll stay near the tent and kind of keep an eye on things, but not interfere with any of your family stuff.
I would appreciate that.
Although I do still offer, if everything goes well. You said your sire's name was Piotr?
Pietro.
Pietra?
It's basically the Italian version, Peter.
Right. Well, if everything goes well, I would love for all of us to take a walk on the town. But yes, I will keep an eye on things, but stay out of the way.
All right. Just
good luck.
Keep an eye out. Thank you. Make sure that no one comes in. She'll reach out and give Sophie's shoulder a squeeze and then nod at her and keep going toward the Belmonts.
So Sophie's kind of hanging back while Maggie is approaching. Matthew and Drake.
Matt's gonna get out of the vehicle and kind of walk up to Drake and pat the coat gently. Last resort. Got it?
Oh yeah, perfectly clear. Gotta keep rule number 1.
All right. Now for the juggling act. Let's go have fun.
Once more, you're speaking my language.
And we're seeing the same thing, the security and all the different people there that we would recognize from the various locations.
Yeah. And then kind of like behind you, there's the drive itself. This place is a little concealed. They do have like a couple of tents put up over here so that what they will be doing is not on public display. But if you have any other questions about the scene.
No, I'd say Drake's just keeping an eye open, relaxed as he usually is, staying near Matt.
Okay. Jarvis follows along, kind of along beside you. I understand. I'm to help you with navigating the drive itself. Is there something specific you would like me to do?
Now, looking around, is Matt seeing anyone that, like, staff? There's like staff present that he's noticing wandering around?
Most of the staff are kind of at their tents. You see there are some people that are kind of like going to the lines where people are waiting, letting them know when they can move up into a tent or something to that effect. And then you have places where people are like selling food and stuff like other little trinkets and such, little vendors throughout, kind of spread out the area.
You think you could get me one of their coats? I've never been a doctor.
You wish for me to steal a coat?
Think of it as borrowing. I will give it back, hopefully. In the same condition I got it in. If not, if it'll cause problems, don't worry about it.
Not that I am necessarily opposed to helping you in this regard. The issue is that's not exactly something that I do.
Fair enough.
Oh, doctor.
Was just opening up options.
Give me what's an awareness.
Or
as you're kind of scanning things, looking about, something does seem a little off. You spot a few people kind of in the crowds that just kind of, while other people are talking, playing with their phones, looking at things, kind of vibing to the music, you see there are some people kind of sprinkled about the event that are just kind of zoned out and staring forward. Their shoulders kind of slump, their head hanging a bit.
Matt's seen this before, hasn't he?
You one time saw a couple of ghouls share a similar kind of moment of complete lack of presence before going on a rampage.
Oh, great. The festivities may be starting a little early.
Oh, what do you mean?
Matt's going to kind of nod. Drake, you were on a roof at the time. But, you see those bright and shiny personalities right there?
Yeah, what about them?
I watched a couple people acting just like that before they freaked out inside the dolly.
Is it a dangerous type of freak out, or are we talking about a freak out that's easily manageable?
Well, it was 2 of them. Now there's a few more. I would say we have gone into the depths of dangerous, but as I don't know what could set them off, I'm going to assume very dangerous until proven otherwise.
All right. Try to keep them alive, though?
Yeah, because I don't know what's causing this. It could be my friend. It could be whatever the hell Maggie's trying to take care of.
Wait, did you see you saw this at the same time as the angry
Yeah,
cloud
you
problem?
were currently up on the roof getting poked.
And crushed. Yeah, well, then I'm of a mind to think it's more related to our lovely Miss Haywood's issue. Okay, I saw your friends. They seemed perfectly fine over at the garden party.
That's true.
It definitely look empty, which means that if they're being puppeted, something's gonna probably pull them into. How strong were these ghouls of you? How strong were these special individuals?
Do you remember what the building looked like when you came back downstairs?
I was a little preoccupied, nearly being drunk to death.
That's fair. It wasn't pretty. And again, there were 2 of them.
Good to know. All right, I'll keep an eye on them.
You notice something else. As you are discussing things with Drake, you notice out of the main tent, one of the doctors steps out, gestures for a couple more people to come in, as you see Louis guide a few people into the main tent.
And he'll kind of target lock for a second. Long live the king. Found mine.
Did you now? Which one?
Louis. I know where he is.
You gonna share?
He'll just kind of head nod wordlessly.
And Drake will look over. He's never seen Louis.
Louis's already gone inside by this point, but he does gesture toward the large tent.
Good to know. Any distinctive features? Because your man's gone.
And he will describe Louis to Drake.
After getting the description, slightly older gentleman, Drake, I think it's your turn now. Give me what's on awareness.
Got it. Two.
Take 2 superficial damage.
Yep.
As you are standing, kind of a little bit more amongst the crowd, you feel something nick your side. As you turn, you see a hooded individual kind of disappear into the crowd, just out of your peripheral, and you're bleeding out of your side.
Well, this is a problem. He's not gonna look at Matt, but he's going to reach out, yank him closer.
Yep. Whoa, personal space, bud.
I was just cut. Jarvis,
Yes.
stay close or very far away. I'll leave it up to you, but I'm assuming you didn't see the little adventure that just happened to my side.
No, I was looking at the tent, I'm afraid.
Death by 1,000 cuts is gonna be then. All right. Well, we better start moving in. I think my lovely friend the Shear is here.
Well, I suppose one of the first things we probably should do is try to get into the main tent. That would be the place where the organizing of the blood being moved from place to place will be done from there.
All right. Well, I'm going to assume this one's after me. I don't see your friend having a hand in it, and that's too coordinated to be our lovely little puppets. So, go ahead. I don't think they're after you.
Do you think it's wise to separate?
Not fully. Keeping my line of vision, but give some space. I don't want you caught in any crossfire.
Very well. Mr. Holden, after you.
Mm-hmm. Although if you see anything, do let me know if you can.
And he'll tap his ear and wave.
And I would say Drake's definitely on high alert now.
As you guys begin to move out, Sophie, you are watching as Maggie heads over to the rest of the Hakata. What is on your mind as things are beginning to play out?
Sophie is concerned about trying to sense the unseen in the area, because if she looks at a certain area, she might get hurt like she has been in the past. So she's trying to keep an eye on things without looking too deeply beneath the veil. She's also thinking, if things go wrong, the big white tent is kind of like a big cooler, and she may be able to do a much bigger feat than she did on the cooler, but she's just keeping it in the back of her mind as a potential tool if things go really awry, because a whole tent disappearing would probably be a Masquerade breach.
As you're kind of thinking about all of that, a few moments pass before you kind of hear off to your right, well, don't you look absolutely stunning?
Oh, I probably should have gone for the yellow, I think. Hello?
I think the blue is just fine.
Thank you. Thank you. I did tell you you shouldn't be around here, though. It's not safe in this area in particular. I'm not particularly fond of Ezekiel, though I do cherish that he is unliving, I suppose, but he is a being, and he should get to live or unlive, but he should not be in this area as well. And neither should you. You shouldn't have come here. It's very, very dangerous.
Are you trying to sell me on it?
Well, you don't have to pay to leave. You can leave for free, and you can be safe.
As you're looking at her, she is wearing a button-up top with some slacks, and she does appear to be brandishing a brass knuckle that she's kind of like fidgeting with in her hand as she's smiling. Well, If you don't want me to be here so badly, come with me.
I have a job to do. Um, for the betterment of our society, I have to make sure that this job is done well.
Well, then if you have a job to do, then I have a job to do.
Can you make a hotel disappear in a jiffy?
No.
Then you do not have a job to do. So you are free to go. No selling. You're free to leave and be safe. And perhaps I could meet with you both if things go well, which they should. Despite many opinions of our coterie, there are very competent members within it.
I have no doubt about that. You've not been one to suffer idiots. But if you are going to be staying, so will I.
Noree, you're being quite stubborn.
I'm stubborn.
Yes.
So it's okay for you to throw yourself into a dangerous scenario, but I have to sit back and wait and hope that that works out all right.
It's a job that I must do, much like when, there were those that were sent off to war, and we had to stay behind, and we had our jobs to do. It's much the same. So I will be on the front line because I have a specific role that I need to play, and you will be
Right
in the
next to you.
safety. You'll be in the safety where you can make music and such, and prepare for what is to come, after everything occurs.
So, this is a moment that you, as the player, are going to have to make a decision. Once that decision is made, there is no going back. Your choices are to either A, leave, with Mary and Ezekiel. Sophie will be safe and won't have to worry about the coming conflict. Or, Marie will not be leaving. If you decide to stay, you and Marie will both be taking on the danger that comes with the event tonight, whatever those consequences may come.
Sophie is going to stay. She needs to see her job through.
Well, if you are going to insist on this ridiculous endeavor, then I will see it through with you.
Well, are you at least able to see those that are attempting to be away from prying eyes?
No, I tend to see more in the dark.
Noree, what can you do?
I could tell you to do whatever I'd like.
You'll be surprised to know that that's actually not very effective on me, and it's been tested. So, I apologize.
That's without using a discipline.
All right. Well, I will focus then on trying to be those that are attempting to sneak around, and you can watch my back and make sure no one who is very visible approaches me and attempts to harm me or goes into the tent area.
Absolutely. That's what this is for.
Well, if you know, if it's just a regular person, we won't resort to that. In that case, you could be very effective, actually, at like you said, getting what you want and making them leave.
As you wish.
Yes, that is what I wish.
And with that, she just kind of leans up against a tree next to you and watches you quietly. With that, we shift over to Maggie. As you make your way over, you see them kind of standing outside of the kind of tent that's set up for this ritual. They both nod as you approach, and William kind of... Good evening, Miss Haywood. Hope you and your coterie have come prepared.
We have, and there are a couple of different issues going on here, but we have our bases covered as far as we're aware. Maggie will kind of pull the cart that she has the obfuscated cooler on, along with a couple of other, like, probably empty boxes. So it does look weird that she's pulling along an empty cart. We have the she kind of just taps the
Subject.
yes.
Is your coterie going to take issue? I understand that there is a connection.
We have already discussed it.
Very well. We will be performing the ritual within the tent so that nobody has to see it unnecessarily. As for that, we should go over how this is going to go.
Of course.
We're going to step inside, make preparations. Most of it's already been done. It's mostly just getting things started. I assume that the subject is not a consenting party.
They are not. But they are staked.
Well, before we get started, we will make sure to blindfold and gag them. We'll properly restrain them and remove the stake. From that point, the participating ceremonialists will each, using a dagger, perform a variant of your binding fetters. The first 3 daggers are to create the anchor, the 4th to be the severance. I expect some resistance as we begin this process. I don't think that they're going to be able to get through the security shouldn't have too much trouble with security here at hand. But if they do get through, we need to be prepared for that.
Of course.
I understand your coterie is handling some other business as well while you're here.
Yes, part of them are handling something. What's going on with the blood supply?
Very good. He kind of takes a moment, looks over to the tent and then over to the core. My brother and I will go ahead and get this inside and start making preparations. We will let you know when we're ready. If you have anything you need to do beforehand, now's the opportunity. You won't be leaving the tent until the ritual is done.
Of course.
The two of them take the cooler, step inside.
Before Maggie goes into that inside, she will kind of pause, take a deep breath, and look around. I don't think I'm going to be able to come back for this one. And she'll look up, but it'll be interesting to try.
Is there anything you should do before beginning the ritual?
She is going to double check to make sure that that contact came through for this various security near the tent.
That is part of the security, yeah.
Okay, cool. And she is going to she already has everything she needs for it. She just has to mentally steel herself for it, because this is a guess. This is something she isn't sure is going to work. And with the tantamount size of it, and she's fairly certain that she's going to be the one doing the severing blow, and that it's probably the riskiest part of the risk ritual. She may not survive it. So she's steeling herself very interesting way. And what she does, does she walk in?
You walk toward the tent. Your hand reaches out, goes to pull it open. In the moment you grasp the material, you hear a gunshot from inside. And with that, we're going to go to break. Thank you for tagging along so far, and we will see you when we get back.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors, Wolfpack Dice, Ember Fox Dice, Dragon Ink Dice, Bear the Bard, Champs Tramps, Penshi Artista, and Chromatic Creations. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpbynight.com. The official theme song for St. Petersburg by Night is Vampire by Faith and Failure. You could find them at faithandfailure.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you could do so at coffee.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. Now, as we left off, everybody had arrived at the blood drive. Sophie is with Noree. Matt and Drake are finding there's probably a handful of nonsense coming up at the drive itself, and Maggie, preparing for the ritual, finally steeled their resolve enough to step inside when they heard a gunshot. When the door is opened, you see a body drop to the ground. To the right of the body where the gunshot came from, you see William. Smoke still coming off the barrel of his shotgun. And as you look back down, you see the body of what looked to be a member of security from the deli. Nick. Laying down next to a beheaded Sarah.
What happened?
Well, we had just finished tying her up. We were getting ready to remove the stake. He came in here, said that Cahill needed something looked at, and then drew a sword, and in one swift motion, cut the girl's head off. Is the Camarilla sabotaging this?
They shouldn't be. This may be, the Bane inflicting violence.
Well, we're down a sacrifice.
Do we need it to be kindred?
The ritual, as we did it then, was kindred. I don't know that a kind would suffice.
I have someone else, but I'm not sure we'd be able to transport him here in time.
At this point, Peter comes into the room. What has happened?
The Bane is fighting back. It is possessing and inhabiting people to try and sabotage the ritual.
He looks at Sarah, looks at William. So we no longer have a sacrifice.
Have someone else that we could use, but it would get us in quite a bit of deep water with the Camarilla.
William kind of...
But
I'm not really sure why we should care about that.
it's less about what you should care about, what I should care about. And also, I am not sure if we have enough time to transfer him here. We took quite a bit of measures transferring her here.
Yarocho kind of speaks up after a moment.
We could always take someone in the carnival, embrace them, or whatever is going on outside. Use them. It may take a little while for the embrace to set in.
We might not have time for that. But I could, He begins taking off his jacket. Excuse me.
You are not an option.
I am afraid that is not your choice.
Why
This
wouldn't
needs
it
to be
my
done.
choice? Why would I let you sacrifice yourself?
Why is it your decision?
Why shouldn't it be my decision?
Last I checked, I am the sire.
Yes, you are my sire, and I am your child.
So some sacrifice, some random kind, and hope that works.
We are working on a hope and a prayer anyway. You're the only person that understands what I have gone through. I am not letting you go.
If this doesn't happen, or if we waste time and fail, this whole city could burn.
This city is in love with witches. Kate takes a couple of steps closer to him, tilts her head up. Are you sure?
No. But I will.
You're an idiot.
Often, yes. But, as I said, this needs to be done, and we don't have time for alternatives. Unless somebody else here is volunteering.
Fairly certain you wouldn't let me.
Oh, of course not. And I do believe the other two Hakata in the room would rather let the city burn than have any of the four of us step up to plate. But that is where we're at.
Well, this is bigger than just the city. I'm going to
It is
rest you.
fine.
It doesn't feel fine.
We may be undead, but eventually it comes for our soul.
I prefer being alone with you than being alone.
You're not alone now, are you? You have a group of competent idiots, if I recall.
Yes, apparently I have a type.
Well, then you shouldn't be surprised.
You're an idiot. You are such an idiot.
He smiles. And he kisses your forehead. Till my dying day. Let's get started then. William kind of speaks up. This ritual it required for Hikata to participate. And he kind of turns. Anyone should be fully capable of driving the final knife. It is the anchoring that requires the use of Oblivion. If we could find someone else to drive the final blade, the ritual should suffice.
Maggie will pause and she'll look out the tent. I have another person here who is helping watch. She could drive it in.
Perfect.
Right.
Go see to your friend, and we will get preparations made.
Of course.
As you go to step out, you hear him. If somebody could please remove the little girl, that is going to be a bit of a downer.
Maggie will go to the outside of the... Look around for Sophie.
Maggie, are you quite all right? We heard a bit of a bang, and I wasn't sure if it was a firework or part of your ritual.
It was an unexpected, We're going to need someone else to finish it. We need 3 of my family to do the binding, but it can be anyone that can drive the final. Sarah isn't a member of security, and they did away with her.
If it was security, then let's just get Cahill. He probably ordered anyway.
Sophie.
Strap him
We
under
don't-
the knife. He probably got...
Sophie! We don't have time.
Could have a little bit of time.
My sire has offered himself to be sacrificed. I prefer not to argue with you right now.
I understand what you are probably going through right now, and I'm sorry. I will
Thank you.
do everything I can to help you. I'm just offering alternatives.
I understand.
So, what do you require?
Myself and the Belmonts are going to be doing the binding. I will need you to do the severing. You will just need to drive the knife in, and it'll be done.
All right. Will I need to see anything, or is it just simply, stab the?
You simply need to destroy the fetter.
Right. Give me just a moment then. I'll be right in.
You feel
Thank
a
you.
hand, Sophie, kind of touch your arm. Noree goes, "Is this something I can do?"
Oh, most certainly not. It is a skillful blade weaving. You are extremely good at brawling and boxing. But no, this is. If you remember, I told you I trained fencing with, before. I can do it, but you must promise me, if I'm not out here with you, you must stay okay tonight. Make sure no one comes in or hurts you or comes in.
I can do that. I will be right by the tent.
I want you to say it.
I will.
No, I want you to promise.
Sophie, Clews, I promise I will do my best to keep myself safe and make sure no one enters that tent that isn't supposed to.
Wonderful. Now I'll be right back. It shouldn't take too long. Very simple process.
Don't rush it. Do it right.
All right. Can I hug? Can I hug you?
Anytime.
Wonderful. Yes, I'll just.
She pulls you into a hug.
Yes, this is very good. All right. Now I'll be right back. And Sophie enters the tent.
As you guys enter the tent, we shift. Drake and Matthew. Now kind of put a little distance, but where you can still keep an eye on each other. You are navigating the drive. There are people kind of continuing to do as they are. You hear a bang, and you see there's a bit of concern. But almost immediately, you hear people start going, "Just fireworks nearby," immediately starting to diffuse the situation. What are you doing?
Matt is going to slowly make his way towards the main tent with, he's got Jarvis with him, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, he's going to make his way there.
Okay. You start to make your way to the main tent, but before you can get there, security kind of gets in your way. Sorry, the main tent is for authorized personnel only.
Oh, absolutely. I apologize. There was someone there. I was just curious, but I will absolutely wait to speak to them. No problem.
If you have their name, we can go get them for you.
Well, he will describe Louis. I'd give you his name, but it's kind of confusing right now. So
It
could you
sounds
just...
like you're describing Dr. Moriarty.
Wow. Really? I would absolutely love to give, if you would give a message to Dr. Moriarty for me, if you could. Just tell him.
Suppose, yeah.
A friend has something to give him that he's been waiting a very long time. No
Okay.
rush.
Name?
Belagombo.
That is a unique name. Yeah, sure. I will pass that along. Do you want me to tell him that you're waiting to speak with him, or?
No need. He'll find me soon enough. I know he's busy.
Very well. When I see him, I'll let him know.
As I'm talking to security, can I glimpse anything inside the tent?
The tent is closed generally, but people do come through the door. So if you wish to give me it's an awareness, but I will say you are trying to get a glimpse past security through a door that's kind of like quickly closing. So it'll be a little difficult.
Oof, messy crit on a 7. And that was after I re-rolled.
Messy crit. Okay. Yeah. As you are talking to this member of security, you see a couple people pass in and out. You see it looks like they got a couple like computers set up. Looks like they have some donation areas for donations set up. You also notice a few of the like nurses and people who are handling most of the work of extracting the blood. You recognize a few of them. You saw a couple. You see the guys that came to your house dressed as police. Things on that line. The hunters seem to be operating out of this tent.
He knows where to find me.
Okay. Where do you go after you leave the security guard?
He's going to make his way back towards Drake to let him, and he's walking back towards him. He's going to try to quietly relay some of that into the earpiece to him.
Before we get to that, then, Drake, as he started heading toward the tent, you watch a lot of this going down. What are you doing?
He's keeping an eye on them, but he's also keeping. His eyes are everywhere. He's also trying to feel if there's anything unusual about the cut that was given him, because nothing simple.
As you're looking around, you see that hood kind of peeking through the crowd. Not really hiding, making themselves known. You see her.
Then Drake will just lock eyes and mouth. He should talk.
She kind of holds her arm and extends it out toward a tent on the other side of the area, on the other side of the drive from where Matthew is.
Drake, all right. I might be able to handle the shear, but you're gonna need to give me a little bit of space. Just keep an eye on where I'm going, and keep an eye on who leaves the area. And he's relating to the earpiece.
Matthew, when you get that information, what do you do?
Oh, okay.
Now, you're waiting for your guy anyway, aren't you?
Yeah. I might as well just... I don't know if I'd be able to be of any assistance to you there. I'll just hang here. You go deal with that.
Feel free to listen in. I ain't taking this little thing out of my ear.
Oh, just... be gentle, you sexy thing.
Oh, I know you like that rough, pretty boy.
I was talking to her.
And Drake's walking off.
You make your way to the tent. You see her enter.
Drake has a hand ready to pull a stake at all times, but he walks in full, like, eyes wide and looking.
You see her standing on the other side of the room. There's no one else in the room. No doctor, nurse, anything on that line. She's kind of standing on the other side of like a table, pacing the length of it back and forth. You wish to talk?
Yeah, for the sake of Lilith. Did you know about Victor's state, shall we say?
Victor wasn't my concern. Victor's not why I'm here.
Oh, I know you're here for me, but I think this is something you should know, considering you had a hand in it. I've learned something very interesting about that dear Victor. Mainly that he's not so much Victor no more.
I fail to see why that's my concern.
Well, you were overseeing a ritual being performed in the name of Lilith, being done by the spirit of a Nephilim.
Okay.
You don't see no problem with that?
It's heretical. It is blasphemous.
You think? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that, like, I'm not exactly poster boy in y'all's eyes, but I mean, come on.
Do you know what you did wrong that night?
I could think of a few things, but why don't you tell me?
I am after you because I have been tasked to clip you from the garden. You attempted to murder someone in the middle of a rite, regardless of how it is that they were doing it. You interrupted a ritual. You attempted to kill the host. You broke several of the tenets of the Camarilla, the cities of which you live in.
I didn't think y'all were so charming with the Camarilla sometimes. I don't remember us ever being so.
No, but if you're going to be operating in a city, you abide by the laws of the city.
We upset those laws constantly.
We do. Doesn't mean we should do it unnecessarily. And we do it quietly.
I suppose the shear's not going to look past the hands that are holding it.
It's not my job to judge Victor Adams for his idiocy.
Yeah, you might as well call him Gray Novak now.
Call him what you will. Sounds like he's no longer a problem anyway.
Oh, he's going to be. I'm going to get rid of him. I mean, I plan to, but my hands are a bit tied there. I'd honestly hoped that for even a moment, just one moment, one of y'all would at least see, just once, just once. And while he's not closing his eyes while he's over the bridge of his nose, still keeping his eyes on him. Just, it's gonna come down to we're going to have to fight each other, aren't we?
Unless you can find a way to make amends with those who have set me on you. That is the way of things.
Well, you know what? I feel magnanimous. Once, tell me, do they have a problem with the way I saw, with my action, or the way I saw things? Or is it both?
They don't know your philosophy, and I can't imagine they care.
Well,
your
that's a
philosophy
shame.
might be important if you attempted to make amends at any point in the years that you've been on the run. But now, how many have you killed?
Hell if I know. I don't keep count. Every time I have to, it's a loss. Every time I have to, it's a failure.
Have to. Did you have to attempt to kill Victor Adams?
I had to stop that thing somehow.
That is not your call to make. What makes you a higher authority than those who would set me on you?
There's times that authority just is the problem. And I know that's rich coming from one of my house, you know? But I don't know. I thought maybe just once someone would actually hear the words coming out of my mouth instead of just seeing what they want to see.
Feel free to say what you wish. I don't care.
That's my point.
No. You want somebody to immediately sympathize and understand your struggle and your viewpoint, and maybe they'll come around and help others see your way. But you can't make people see your way when you go about killing them when they disagree with you.
You think you're the only one that's tried to kill me first? Well,
No.
Do you think you really think it's about the fact they just disagree? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know I'm the muscle-bound meathead, but is that all anyone ever thinks, that I just killed them because they disagree?
Initially, an argument for self-defense could have been made, Drake. Victor, you could have left the city. You could have left him to make his own mistakes and suffer the consequences for it.
Suppose I could have. I could have let more Bahari be led down false paths.
And possibly have the opportunity to be corrected. Opportunities they no longer have to seek redemption. A thing that you have squandered for years.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't think you're right, but I hear what you're saying. I get it. So, where do we go from here? Oh,
Well, that depends on you. You can either come with me quietly and face judgment. Maybe you can convince them to spare you and move forward, and then all is well. Maybe not. But then maybe in your death you can be redeemed in the eyes of Lilith. Or you can refuse. And we can continue playing cat and mouse until one of us gets the other, but there will be another after me, and then another after them, no matter how many of us you kill. One of us will eventually land the mark. And how many more children of the mother have to die before you figure that out?
I assume Raka has perished.
The individual who saved you. No.
What I was afraid of. Or he's being elucidated on our mother's dear teachings.
Well, at the current moment, he's just in containment.
You know, I found out how much he doesn't want to be a part of this. Could I get a guarantee that you just let him go, considering I'm the one that dragged him in? By quest?
I'll make you a deal, Drake. You come with me now. Face judgment from our elders. I'll release him tonight.
As hale and healthy as one of us can be, or any damage he's taken, left as is.
We haven't damaged him since the night. He's been recovering so that he can answer my questions.
Drake will look back at the tent entrance. Still keep her in his peripheral. He'll look back. Assumably, Matt's been able to hear what he's been saying, right?
Which, Matt, you can speak to him at any point if you wish.
This ain't looking good for you, buddy. This is just going to complicate things. But, see if you can't stall her for just a little bit longer.
Drake will seem to nod his head, walk away from the tent flap, and lean against the closest surface. Slows his hand and say, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am tired of running. Tired of feeling unheard. But so many times here, I felt it. I felt our night mother in her presence. Once I learned blasphemy that was happening there, all that doubt, all that washed away in the flood of her warmth. Like, mayhaps y'all are right. In fact, it's looking more and more like y'all are. At the same time, she hasn't abandoned me. That I know for sure. Which creates quite the dichotomy. Drake will slowly pull his hand out. You may be a tool to them, but I want to know you. But I know somewhere in there are thoughts. Let's have a conversation. At least for a moment. What do you think? I know it's not going to sway how you act. I know you're going to follow your duty as a good cheer you are. But I want to know what you actually think.
This is something that can be discussed on the way.
Yes. Give me just
Drake,
a moment then.
Find out if she's fed on anybody here.
Oh, so that does remind me. You remember that pal of mine mentioning that oh, let me rephrase that. Do you remember when that guy mentioned that the blood was drugged over at the garden party?
I do.
Well, it seems that was very real. May not have been the case at the garden party, but apparently it's very real here. You haven't, and he's gonna keep his eye on her. Hope you haven't had any of it to drink recently.
I ate before I came.
Really a smart choice. And also, this whole time, has he felt any weirdness from the single cut she gave him?
No, not yet. You can see that she is making sure to stay opposite of you at the table.
Mm-hmm. He's not making aggressive moves. He's actually coming back. You know, you're very tempting. You really are. Your words, they make sense. But then there's that pull I feel from within and without. All those feelings. I don't think I'm without mistake here. In fact, almost everything you're saying makes a lot of things crystal clear. I guess this philosophizing's not quite what you care for, so I'll apologize. I suppose it does.
Philosophy
nothing
is
else.
all well and good, Drake, but again, it's not a matter of your philosophy as to why we're in this mess. It's a matter of your actions.
Oh, it would have been fun to actually see which one of us came out on top in a straight-up fight with all our tools available. Suppose we won't know that now. And Drake will get up. Well, there's nothing left. And if I know Rocker's going to be alright, someone deserves to be free of me without dying.
About this moment, you and Matthew hear a scream. Matthew, as you turn and look in the direction of the screaming, you see a man rearing back away from one of the food vendors, his hands covering his face, screaming. You see the skin blistering and bleeding as he's covered in what appears to be hot grease. You see the person in the food truck with a blank expression drops the fry basket, grabs a knife, hops over the counter, and begins stabbing the man repeatedly.
This is why you don't piss off the food industry.
Okay. So yes, all this violence is breaking out, the grease, people stabbing each other, strangling each other. What do you do in this moment?
He sends a message to, he speaks into the head earpiece to Drake. Remember that problem I said we were going to have sooner or later? Well, it's sooner.
And how does the shear react? The scream.
Her eyes dart in that direction, but then she turns back to you.
That's what he was waiting for, a moment of distraction.
Okay.
He's going to try to blink and stake her.
Okay.
Also, because of his lore sheet, he does not get the -2 called shot penalty.
Okay. So go ahead and do the rouse and give me that dex and athletics to get across the room.
Oh no, I'll save the blood surge for trying to stake her. Get over here. Actually, would I be allowed to blood surge both if the chance comes up, or would I be able to blood surge one or the other, staking or the linking?
You can blood surge both. It just increases your chances of horrible things happening.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, go to 10.
We're gonna go for it. All right. Gonna spend a will. Five successes on the blink.
Okay. Yeah, you cleared the distance. Go ahead and roll stake.
All right.
Strength and melee.
Yep, and I have a staking specialty.
Go for it.
Melee. Going to blood surge. Get hungrier. 9. And screw it, we're gonna go for a willpower. That is 13 successes with a crit.
Yeah, that'll do it. Well, describe how you do it.
Drake
What's it look like when you stick her?
Drake had let his hands move what seemed away from a stake, and had one just underneath his lower shirt, and hops forward, stake in hand, and pushing in. But he's not smiling. He's not happy. As her eyes had started to come back, he's looking at her. I'm only changing the terms of the deal. When I'm done, I accept. And he's going to lower her and put her somewhere as safe as he can make her, but out of the way in the tent. And try to, cover it up. But he's quick, he's efficient, and sudden.
She goes down. You put her away in the tent.
And before he leaves, he says, Night Mother, watch over you. And he's running out to meet up with Matt.
As you two begin to regroup, we will shift back to the other scene. Standing in the tent, you see Peter kind of bound his hands to his side. He's got a gag kind of wrapped around his head, pushed into his mouth. You see the Beaumonts, one in front and one on the right. And you already see your little positions already drawn out on the left and toward the entrance. William gestures toward the one to Pieter's left and goes, "That is where you'll stand." And then the one behind him, he gestures toward Sophie. And this is where You will stand. Do you understand what's happening here?
When you're ready, I stab in the heart.
Strike him directly in the heart.
Right. Okay. Yes, I think I can do my best.
Pietro kind of turns a little bit and kind of looks at you and kind of gives you a reassuring nod. Like, you got this. And he kind of turns back around. Very well. We will go ahead and begin. Maggie, do you want the first or third acre?
I'll take the third.
Very well. You can see that they have drawn a couple of like ovals going kind of leaking across his abdomen like a belt. William steps up. You see him beginning to perform very similarly to the binding, or to the, not binding fetter, but the, I forgot the name of my own ceremony. The one that you used on Drake.
Cutting ties.
Cutting ties, thank you. As you are watching, he is setting up very similarly. But at some point, he ends up taking the knife and puncturing it through his hand. He twists it about 45 degrees and then pulls the knife back out. When he does, he kind of puts the bloodied hand on Pietro's shoulder and kind of nods at him before ramming the knife through that first circle. Your sire kind of lurches over a little bit. And you watch as the other Beaumont immediately begins kind of looking up. Do you have your Oblivion sight active?
Yes, she would.
Immediately when the dagger enters, you see almost in the same motion as like strumming the strings of a harp, a series of black shadows connecting to the dagger and binding to your sire. The brothers step. Sorry. My voice is trying to leave. So, the brother steps forward and he begins performing the same ritual. Terribly sorry about this. Stabs his hand, rotates it. Plunges the second knife. This time you can see blood beginning to pour from Pietro's eyes. More of the streaks. He steps back into his place. At this point, you guys begin to hear the screaming outside, the commotion. You begin to hear struggling just outside the tent. You can see spaces where it seems people have made contact with the tent, and then physical commotion. You can hear people fighting maybe 20 feet from you. William looks past and goes, all right, it's time.
Maggie will take off one of her gloves, drive the knife into her, twist it. There's a very brief moment of hesitation. And she makes eye. She looks him in the eyes.
He's watching you. His eyes have gone completely black. The blood is staining all the way down from eye to chin. You see the blood that's pouring from his abdomen seems to be almost blackened. You can see some blood beginning to trickle from underneath the gag. But you can still see the softest hint of a smile as he nods at you.
I'm never gonna forgive you for this. Just gonna drive the knife.
Give me an oblivion plus resolve. That is a separate one, right? Did I get that mixed up?
No, you got it. Spent a willpower. Got 6 successes.
The dagger sinks into the flesh. You see the strings bind to the third dagger, and then the strings of all 3 begin to bind together, bundling. And in this moment, it's almost as if you watch his blood stain them as he binds to the creature. You step back into your space. You're observing Peter as it seems that his veins are almost trying to bust out of the surface of his skin, thick and black. If this doesn't end soon, this will rip him apart. It's at this point that William looks over to Sophie. Now's the time.
Sophie will quickly look into his eyes and use compel and say, "Be strong and at peace," before she attempts to stab the dagger into the bundle of heart.
He is in no place to resist you. You give the command, and he does seem to relax as if he's not in so much pain. Physically, you can tell it's there, but his face seems soothed. As you approach, you hear the commotion coming from outside. You hear a few heavy strikes. But then you hear a few pained sounds. Familiar. You haven't heard her make those sounds in a very, very long time. Do you continue?
Sophie is still going to try to stab the bundle.
Okay. Go ahead. Since this is not contested, just go ahead and give me a dex or strength plus melee.
I'm going to blood surge this.
Hmm.
Five successes with potential bestial failure.
You plunge the dagger in his back. He lurches forward. He drops down to his knees. You watch Maggie as this bundle of bloody strings twists and shatter. Almost immediately, everything outside goes quiet. And then you hear a very loud, mournful wail. What do you do?
Where is the wail coming from?
Outside.
Does it seem like
Yeah.
only one voice?
It's the same entity you've heard a couple of times now. Your sire crumbles to ashes.
Maggie is going to rush forward the minute she sees him slump forward. And as she's reaching for him and he's crumbling, she drops to her knees and starts to hurriedly pull as much as of this as she can toward herself. Is it done?
William looks at you, looks at his brother. If that wail is any indication, the spirit's still alive. But it cannot mass possess anymore. Now we can kill it. It has to possess someone directly, and that someone's going to be probably in that blood drive. Now we find him and we put him down. He did succeed.
Okay.
Maggie, I know you need I know you need time right now, but I need to go
No.
outside.
We have work to do. Thank you, Sophie.
Yes, and Sophie will rush outside the tent.
Sophie, high or low?
Hi.
Okay. $51 just hit high. As you step outside, you find Marie standing right where you left her. She has lost an arm, but it looks like she used it to bludgeon the person that was attacking her.
Marie,
Yes,
look
sweetie?
at me. Do you still feel like yourself?
I'm a little right-leaning right now, but otherwise I think I'm fine.
Oh, good. I was worried we potentially killed the spirit, but now it's apparently in someone. So I'm glad it's not in you, and I hug her.
She drops her arm and she hugs you back.
Do you need blood?
I am a little peckish.
Do you, will it heal faster if it's mine?
I don't know,
Well, here I'll just
but I'm more than happy to find out.
Right. Well, I'll just give a little cut, but just try not to get overzealous. I know you are very, very hurt. If you get too overzealous, pour one of the Hekata in there might dispose of you. So just keep that in mind.
Don't worry about it right now. I'm fine. I understand that you still have a problem to deal with, so let's go deal with that.
Yes. So let's get you shipshape, and then we can go deal with that.
Okay. Did everything... You said that the spirit was mostly dealt with? Everything is fine?
Mostly dead.
Okay. Is this something that you still need to be here for?
Yes.
After you?
Well, do you want to be a little bit stronger going into this?
She kind of looks around at the few people who are not doing well on the ground. I don't think at the cost of your strength. It would be wise. But I'm
Right.
sure I could find something to snack on here.
Yes, with those poor people. But yes, we must group up with Mr. Halden and Drake, and we must find this evil spirit and be done with it at once. Be gentle with Maggie, though. Her sire has just passed on, so it's she's going to be quite emotional. So try not to bring that up. But that is what happened.
Understood. Okay. And she kind of... Let's move some of these into the tent. Yeah?
Right. Yes. Right. And she'll help her clear some of the people into the tent.
Maggie.
Mm.
As you are with your ashes, with your sire's ashes, is there anything you do before continuing?
Maggie would reach up to the earpiece and press into it so that I can hear her. The the spirit can't mass possess anymore, but it's going to possess one person within the blood drive, likely. And if we are able to kill the host that it is in, once it is in it, it will be killed.
No one reply yet. Okay. You go to reach out, and we're going to back up a few paces. Matthew and Drake finally group back up. At this point, the second dagger plunges into its mark. The entirety of this place goes into a frenzy. People beating, stabbing, strangling, anything they can to get the most violent outcome they could possibly manage. All around you, and increasingly getting closer to you.
Drake's immediately stepping in front of Matthew and Jarvis, trying to edge them back and trying to see the best avenue of just holding on, because even Drake knows the ritual is meant to stop this. So Drake turns back. All we gotta do is last it. I trust Miss Haywood. How about you?
She's kept us alive this far, so.
Mm-hmm. All right. You see any way to just hold on and keep them from us, or am I gonna have to start getting punchy?
I have an idea. You want to give me a boost?
Point the way.
Closest. Is there a stand or something nearby that he can get on top of? Like a food truck or something?
Yeah, you can probably find a food truck easy enough.
Yep, Drake's gonna help him haul up. Quick.
So you are carrying Matt to... You're going to push Matt up onto a food truck.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. While moving, people are going to come at you. So, both of you give me a Dex and Athletics.
For the scene, I'd like to pop toughness.
Sure.
That's athletics, you said?
Sorry.
Dex and athletics, you said?
Yes.
I'll take that 6 with a crit.
4 on mine.
Okay. You get through the cloud for the most part. Let me... That's not it. Jarvis gets no successes. As he begins trying to keep up, he does looks like he gets kind of lost in the crowd for a moment. I'm going to roll one more time for him. He just manages to escape. But he is severely wounded. You manage to help him get up onto the truck as well. And then you climb up after. Or do you stay down?
Drake's going to stay down, trying to defend the area more.
Okay. Then to defend yourself at this point, it will have to be a strength and brawl, or if you're using weapon, melee.
No dex and athletic rolls? Just strength and brawl?
At this point, you're having to deal with people pushing you back against a truck. It's
All
not
right.
you trying to glide through a crowd, unless you have another means of trying to de-escalate the situation.
I'm just checking, keeping up with my disciplines.
Okay.
Going to pop prowess then.
Okay.
Now the dice spot hates me. Okay. Fine. Strength and brawl. Seven. Gonna spend a willpower on that. Four successes.
Easy enough. You're just kind of battering people around. They get too close to you.
Yep. Trying not to kill him.
Matt, you have Jarvis up on the food truck with you.
He's gonna look at the crowd going absolutely batshit, and he's just gonna Mr. Jarvis, plug your ears. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna give it a shot. And then Matt is going to pop awe with Melpomene and try to sing the crowd into a lull.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the all roll.
I'm gonna blood surge too. I get hungrier. I'll take that 7 crit too.
Okay.
He's going to sing a French song entitled Je l'aime à mourir, literally, I love her to death.
Why are you not loading? There we go. Okay. You begin singing. Most of the people have already began leaving battered bodies and corpses in their wake, and they are spreading out toward the exits. You begin to sing. everything continues for a moment, but then it begins to slow down in the immediate space you're in. And then as people hear it, they kind of stop and their attention kind of goes toward you. And then as they quiet down, the people a little further out can hear. And then you watch as it kind of ripples across the crowd. It doesn't stop everybody, but you do prevent a significant amount of carnage. Now, because you got a crit, they don't decide to focus it on you as they stop acting violently. And then all of a sudden, everyone stops. Several people fall down, pass out. A lot of people scream and begin barreling toward the exits. You guys have a moment of quiet when you see the large tent no longer has security at the front. And then Maggie comes over the radio.
And then he's gonna stop. So we just have to find one person in a sea of chaos. Haystack, needle.
Jarvis kind of pulls himself up, kind of holding onto his ribs. We do still have to go into the tent and stop this from happening. If we can put out that there's some kind of contamination with the blood, they will have to stop to figure out what it is, especially if we can indicate there are multiple sources of it.
I was thinking that. I was thinking rabies.
That's curious.
I don't know. Just spitballing, and he'll hop down from the truck.
Jarvis kind of clambers down after you. Drake surrounded by unconscious people.
Do any of, like, he's specifically looking for one that doesn't look like it's had its blood drawn. Thinking of maybe he should risk getting a little bit of bite in.
Most of these people were in line. They haven't had their blood drawn yet.
Then yeah, he will just grab a clearly unconscious person and take a tentative feed, see if there's any sort of weird taste, and if there isn't, he'll
Okay. Drake, Carlo.
low.
Okay. You find somebody. You begin to drink from them. How much hunger do you slake? Or do you go to slake?
No sense of weirdness.
Not until at least one.
And yeah, he'll slake down to one from 3.
You do feel a little funny, as this is either a plant or someone who has already been subjected to whatever this is.
Shit. And he'll just shove down. Not to kill, just like fuck.
Bad date.
Bad taste. Not gonna be. I have no idea what it's gonna do, but probably not something good.
Well, it made my cousin never want to speak to me again, so nothing good.
Well, just gotta get through tonight. Y'all won't have to worry about me.
She was right, though. It's a hell of a thing being the center of attention.
Ah. Come on.
Where are you guys heading?
We're gonna head to the tent.
Okay. Completely unhindered, you make your way into the big tent. When you step inside, you see that there are a handful of dead hunters. And standing at a computer is Louis.
Louis, you just don't like having friends, do you?
They lost themselves. I assume it had something to do with you people.
No, you see, someone went and put something funny in the blood, and when the CDC gets their hands on this, oh my god.
I hear you had a gift for me.
Well, I was going to do this the easy way, but my friend went and... That's not important. Yeah. He's standing right next to Drake. Drake is standing right next to Matt, I mean.
Yep.
I told you before that I would have done anything for you and Mina in a heartbeat. The difference now is, and he's going to try to use rapid reflexes to grab a stake off of Drake and rush towards Louis.
Drake ain't gonna stop him.
Okay. Go ahead, and you're trying to like just stab him with it.
Oh yeah, he's going to try to stab him right in the chest.
Okay. Strength and melee.
This is not going to go well at all. I'm going to blood surge. I don't get hungry that time, thank God.
As you are running toward him to strike him with a stake, he does pull. You see him beginning to pull something out from underneath his lab coat.
Messy crit I can't fix.
You run up and you stab him in the chest. The stake goes through. Doesn't quite strike the heart, but you do hurt him pretty badly. you hear the sawed-off go off next to you. He kind of staggers back a little bit, looking at you.
My heart stopped beating a long time ago.
He leans into the stake and into you a little bit. I know, Matthew. I tried to fight that before. I thought you were still you. And then you got Mina killed. And then he spits his blood in your face. Give me a wits and insight.
Three.
After he spits, he kind of sits back, and you see this moment of it's over, but also this slight satisfaction, like, I've won. But then before he slumps and resigns to his fate, you watch that combination of regret, relief, anger, pain fade. And then his hand reaches up, touches your chest. And he pulls out, with the other hand, a large blade. And goes to stab you with it. What are you guys doing?
I'd say Drake was keeping close. Avoided the shotgun blast. Made sure, definitely keeping as close as he can, just in case. Seeing that, I'd say Drake's moving.
Okay. We'll actually come back to you guys for a moment. Take a moment to figure out specifically what you're doing. The two of you, coming back to Maggie and Sophie. You've kind of regrouped. What are you doing now?
Maggie is getting up and pulling on the glove over the wound in her hand, shoving the knife away, looking over at the bell knots. I'm going to wipe those ashes, but I need to go make sure this is finished.
We will prepare them for you.
Thank you. She will nod to them, wipe off her face as best she can because there was streaming down the face. And she will start kind of storming off toward the tent that has the blood donation.
The big one.
Mm-hmm.
Sophie?
Oh, Maggie, wait. Perhaps we should grab the shotgun. Okay, I'll just. Okay, we'll try to find. Sophie will try to duck into the tent and ask for the shotgun.
William looks at you, kind of sizes you up. Do you know how to use the shotgun?
Oh yes, I've shot many clay pigeons. It's really pretty much the same, just a little different.
He kind of looks over his brother. Give me a charisma and persuasion.
Messy critical. That was 6.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. He looks over. Yeah, sure. And he takes the shotgun and kind of tosses it to you. I expect to get that back.
Yes. If I should perish, Marie, you will return this gun, correct?
I'm not going to answer that. And she begins to guide you out of it.
Well, she'll return it. And Sophie will hop out and try to catch up to Maggie.
As you step out, I think you're going to be taken by the harm compulsion. This entity, these hunters, everything that has gotten to this point has caused you and all of the people that you have grown to care about in some capacity a lot of pain. You catch up with Maggie. The two of you make your way toward the tent when you hear another gunshot.
Moving faster.
As you reach the tent, I will go ahead and put everybody in the initiative. Louis is about to do something. You see that Matt has already stabbed him. Louis shouldn't have the strength to do anything about anything again anymore. What are you doing?
Greg's moving forward, trying to grab and yank Matt back, lifting his arm against the blade.
Matt is going to attempt to mesmerize Louis to make him drop the weapons.
All right, mesmerize. Drake, you are charging to attack.
Defend Matt, specifically. He's the shield, basically.
So you want to try to take the hit.
Yeah, best as he can manage.
All right, Dex and Athletics. Give me your mesmerize. What are you two doing?
This guy is the one that's possessed, right?
If you still have your Oblivion sight active, you can see that there is something on him.
Okay. Maggie is going to draw the knife that is still coated in her vitae that she used during the ceremony in order to distract it so that one of them can deliver a blow.
2 on the mesmerize.
Okay. And you're doing what to distract it?
Pulling the knife that I used during the ritual that is still coated in my vitae. That still has the brackish black on it. As
So
a way
kinda
of
like-
distracting it.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a manipulation and subterfuge.
Okie dokie.
But I'll give you an extra die because you were using the dagger that severed its ties.
Awesome.
And what is Sophie doing?
How far is Sophie from the doctor?
You guys would be at the entrance of the tent, which is not very far, so like 30-ish feet.
Okay. Sophie's going to cock shotgun and says, I'm so sick of these plans not coming together. Just shoot him. And I'm going to attempt to shoot him.
Okay. So you're going to fire a shotgun. Potentially past.
Essentially hitting Lekar, or Mr. Halden, yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Sorry, give me a composure of firearms. Alright, so backing up a little bit. 4 successes on the Dex Athletics. 2 successes on the Mesmerize. 3 on... Alright. And 4 successes on the shotgun. Alright, I'm going to roll for their attempt to strike. Okay. So, the mesmerize does not go through. He's getting ready to stab you with this blade that almost seems to shimmer when Drake steps in front of it. As the dagger runs into Drake, you hear a gunshot. Yeah, you hear this gunshot, and then the entire left shoulder completely explodes and flies off of Louis as he falls back off of the stake. Drake, 3 aggravated damage.
Mm-hmm.
He flies back, lands on his back, and lays lifeless. And then sits upright. His eyes, the white of his eyes, seem to darken. He begins to rise to his feet. Still holding the dagger. He takes one step forward. And then his body gives out. Maggie, you see the thing clinging to him seem to dissipate.
Maggie will storm forward with that knife still in her hand and run it through its chest for good measure.
Very cool. Be
And
going
nobody
after
dies.
the dagger.
You pick up the dagger. It looks like it has a couple of little, like, markings on the handle and the pommel.
He's taking it.
If everyone will please give me what's an awareness. Maggie and Matthew, as you are taking a moment, kind of, there's this moment of, it's done. This thing that has been haunting me in this city for so long is gone. And suddenly, in that quiet, you hear it tick, 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 tick. Coming from the computer that Louis was standing at.
We need to run.
Ain't gotta tell me twice.
Big herd run. Just arms wide, helping shove everyone out.
Everybody gets pushed out. And then as you are standing out in the open area where all of the bodies and such are, and people are being moving on, Jarvis kind of still holding on to his side. What about the blood? We didn't get to designate it as contaminated.
It will have to be thoroughly tested, and it'll have to be a city problem.
This city could be uninhabitable if this goes through.
And we need to go get the vans. They are... Oh, get here. She's going to pull off her glove, bite into her hand that's already opened, and bring him down to it. Heal. Come on.
He begins to drink from you. Matt, with your critical success, you see the last of the fleet of trucks leaving the parking lot.
They're gone.
Well, then we need to stop them.
Ooh, I love a good chase.
Jarvis kind of pulls back. They're going to go to different locations. And there's more trucks than we can stop. The
Did we get any
dispatchers run through
information?
the tent.
T. Only that tent.
Unless we can access another dispatch by the time that these blood has been processed and moved to their locations. This is the one that all the blood was gone through.
It sounded like there was a bomb. What?
I can go. I can go in there and activate the... if I need to. But it has to be done. If it's not, then you won't be able to stay here. No, none of us will be able to stay here.
Fine. I'm just gonna reach up and hug him really quickly and let him go. Had his shirt. Fine.
You have done... It has been an honor serving you. He turns. And begins to make his way toward the tent. There's a gunshot. It clips Jarvis's knee.
Where'd it come from?
Behind you.
Just gonna look.
A hunter. Dressed in scrubs.
Maggie is
Holding a
going to
rifle.
tackle them. Maggie's going to attempt to tackle them and sink her tongues in.
Strength and brawl. What are the rest of you doing?
Sophie's going to turn her gun on Drake and say, I saw you get stabbed with that shining knife. What's your favorite film?
I don't really watch film. I'm a jazz guy, you know, kind of enjoying more going to places that actually have life in them. Also, kind of a problem.
That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. We need to find Cahill and shoot him and shoot all these other hunters and then shoot the van and we'll be fine.
Drake just glances at Matt, tilting his head at Sophie while Drake's running to help Maggie.
Yeah, Matt was going to suggest Drake go help Jarvis, and then he's that. Sophie, and he's going to just gently kind of walk up to Sophie and put his hand on the side of the barrel of the gun and kind of push it down. I agree with you, but let's not exasperate the situation just yet.
Noree kind of puts her arm around you and goes, I think they're wrapping this up. How about we go step over here? See if we can't find that coffin fellow.
Right. We'll avenge Jarvis by shooting Cahill.
Do we know Cahill did this?
No.
We'll ask questions first. Yeah. And she begins guiding you away from the area. Drake, give me a strength and roll.
Especially because it's a blade. Actually, he's using the dagger specifically. I didn't mention that, so.
Oh, then strength. Dex and melee.
I'll take it. 7 successes with a crit.
You go over, Maggie, and you are wrestling with this guy for a moment. You're beginning to overpower them a little bit, but then they completely collapse when this dagger punctures into them and you sink your fangs. Between the two of you, he won't last very long.
Okay.
While you
I'm going
guys...
to drink slowly.
Okay. They are screaming
Good.
in agony. Matthew, you hear the screaming behind you as 2 of your coterie are murdering a hunter. What do you do?
Okay. I'm not going to be fast enough or strong enough to carry him. Matt's going to he's going to try to call Cahill and let him know what's going on.
You call Cahill. Saw a lot of violence going on and everything, alright?
Situation foobar. We got a bigger problem.
What's the problem?
Vans with not so tasty snacks are scattering.
What can be done? Is there anything that can be done there?
We can't chase them all down ourselves. We don't know where they're going. We're trying to figure that out.
They don't have ledgers or anything that you can use to isolate locations or communicate?
We're working on that.
All right. You get on that. I'm currently trying to figure out a way to clean up this mess a bit. There's a lot of dead people out here.
Yeah. Inside too. There might be, and I will warn you now, not our fault. There might be a boom. We'll try to fix that too.
You can defuse it.
We can try.
These sharks are full of the blood that we found at the party of your friend Duncan's, right?
As far as we know.
Carmen's still recovering from that. I'll see what I can do. Keep me
Yeah,
updated.
we'll see what we do on our end.
He gets off the phone.
Maggie will speed up her drinking and rip away so that there's a gaping wound. Lick her mouth and wipe off the back of it. Stand up, roll her shoulders back. Right. So there's a bomb.
I can try to defuse it. Just gotta find it.
I can assist. Shall we?
Allons,
She's going to activate heightened senses
as will Matt.
and start moving quick.
So you guys go back into the tent.
Yep.
What does Drake do?
Drake watches them go into the tent, looks back at Sophie and her roommate, and just wanders over to the tent with the shear.
She's still torpid. Doesn't seem to have been bothered by or disturbed by anyone.
He's going to look down. Well, brought you a present too. How about you don't kill me? Because there's about to be a boom nearby. And I show that I meant my word before anyone really notices. And he's going to hold the dagger right above her right against her forehead, yank the stake out.
You pull the stake out. Her eyes open and she glares at you.
Hold on. Give him my word. I had to do this thing first, though. And I said, I brought you a present. And he'll flip the dagger, very carefully holding it along the hang, holding out to her. This thing's a little bit special. Did a number on me with just one swipe. Now I know that you don't have to keep your end of the deal, but if we're going to get going, now's the time to do it.
She rises to her feet and she takes the dagger. I'm glad you come around.
If I'm glad about it, but sometimes I do.
Well, perhaps you can make a compelling argument. Let's go.
Greg
She guides
will
you out of the tent. Go ahead.
As they're leaving the tent, he is going to look back in the direction and just tip his hat. Good luck. Not like inside of them, but just to himself.
You watch as your companions charge into the tent that you know likely has a bomb in it. You follow her. She takes you to kind of a not very assuming small black car. The two of you get in. What is on Drake's mind as she begins to pull out and begins driving?
That rage is still there, but feeling oddly mortally tired. He's been percolating with Riker's fate for so long that righteous indignation just doesn't want to stick. He's oddly confident. Whether or not he perishes, he knows he did Lilith's work in a pivotal moment. What comes of it, he might never know. But the moment he found out that he was right, especially about the blasphemy of it, he knows that at least one time he certainly did Lilith's will. And maybe that's all he gets to do. Time will tell going forward. He relaxes.
She reaches over, she pulls out her phone. As she's driving, she looks down and then hits send. She shows you the screen, issuing the order to free your friend. She closes it, puts it in her pocket. And it's not long before you are leaving St. Pete to face whatever judgment comes. Sophie, you are walking away from the area with Marie, and she kind of smiles and goes, "Why don't you let me take that?"
I need to give it back.
Well, then let's go give it back then.
I give it back. I made a Well, you were supposed to make a promise. I made it.
You asked me to make an impossible promise. But you live to get to keep yours. So let's go keep it.
Okay.
She guides you back over to the tent. William, stepping out, holding a ornate box. He sees you come back. I thought I heard my shotgun. How'd it go?
Maggie and Mr. Halden are attempting to defuse a makeshift bomb. So, if you can't help them, I suggest you get out of here and maybe try to help put a stop to the plethora of blood contamination that is currently escaping.
We got a few contacts. We might be able to mitigate it a little bit. We'll see what we can do.
Just tell me this spirit is gone for good.
He killed the host.
Maybe. Nothing seems to stay dead in this town except for my friends.
Then it's gone.
Good. And Sophie will throw him the shotgun.
He catches it. Sophie, was it?
Yes.
I'm sorry about your friends. I've lost many myself.
I'm sorry about your family member.
We'll reach out to our contacts. You've done well.
Wonderful.
Try to get some rest.
Right. Well, Marie, we should head to the vehicle and await Maggie and Mr. Halden. If they are successful,
Whatever you say. And she guides you. My vehicle or yours?
probably the one that we came in.
Okay.
It fits more people. I assume you drive some sort of sporty little thing.
When the mood suits me. You guys make your way back over to your car, and she you know, I didn't want you to do this. I didn't hide that fact. But you did it anyway. Because you didn't want... You felt it was the right thing to do, or you just didn't want to leave them alone to do it, whatever the case is. You knew that you were going to get in trouble, possibly. And you went ahead and did it. Your friends did the same.
Well, if everyone is all right after tonight, maybe they can do the same for you in the future if you have their backs.
Right now, there's only one back I'm interested in. Are you okay?
Yes, I'll be okay as long as Maggie and Matthew and Drake make it back out of that tent. Everything will be fine with your arm, right? Or is that going to be a permanent addition?
I've never lost one before, but I'm pretty certain they go back.
Yes, wonderful. Well, thank you for staying.
Always. We are going to go back to the tent. The two of you run inside. Not difficult to find. You make your way over to the computer where the ticking is the loudest. It doesn't take long before you find it is connected to the computer. There's a lot of wires. On the computer, there's a piece of paper. It just says Matthew across the top.
Always have to have the last word, you son of a bitch.
Do you read it?
Yep.
You open a letter. If you're reading this, then I am dead. You've succeeded and put an end to the troubles I've caused you over the last year or so. But I can't just give up on my mission. So, time to prove me wrong. You could step out of this tent, move to a new city, continue your unlife, as it were. Or, if you examine the monitor, all you have to do is hit enter, and all of the trucks will be stopped. Doing so will activate the device. Or, the timer will set to 30 minutes. It'll go off when that timer hits 0. If you fail to disarm the bomb, it will go off. Do you save your city? Become the martyr? Or do you carry on like the monster you are? I'm sorry I let this happen to you. But it's because I let this happen to you that I must end this. Your brother Louis. So, to make this clear, you can push that button. The trucks will be flagged as contaminated. The blood will be disposed of. The blood that's already out there is already out there. that's going to have an impact. But it won't be everyone. You can walk away. The bomb goes off. The trucks go uninterrupted, causing a catastrophic impact on the city of St. Petersburg. But Matthew definitely lives. Or you can attempt to disarm the bomb. That is going to be an intelligence or wits plus tech. You will have to defeat a 10 to defuse the bomb. You can get assistance, but if you fail, both people will likely not survive. The seat is yours.
What is it?
Miss Haywood, are you confident you can shut this thing off?
I could try.
All right. He's given me a choice.
Mm-hmm.
I push a button, everything stops, but this goes off. We let it go, they go, or we could try to disarm this thing.
So we attempt to disarm it and press the button.
I press the button, it definitely goes off, but those trucks stop.
Yes, which is why we press it after we disarm it.
I have a feeling it ain't gonna be that easy, but
Nothing's easy. Have you seen this bomb? Maggie has walked around to the other side of it to look at it.
Louis knew how to build them. Not bombs, but he was good at what he did.
Okay. Do you have any tools?
I've always got tools. It's the
Give
one
me
thing
that.
I make sure to carry. And he'll hand over his tools that he has.
I will say at this point, between killing Louis, killing the hunter, and returning, and everything that happened around that point, you're looking at about 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm blood searching.
Okay.
Six. The last thing she's gonna say is hit the button.
Give me a dex and athletics.
I'm gonna blood surge. Six.
Okay. You hear the bomb activating. You call to Matt. Matt quickly dashes over, his finger hovering over the button as the bomb goes off. Just close enough to flick submit as you are taken off your feet. It hurts for a moment, but that's all it is a moment. And then it's over. Quiet. Sophie, as you are waiting to see your friends come back up through the parking lot, you see the large tent explode. And then, after a moment, it takes a second for you to process before you can hear Jarvis screaming as loud as his throat will allow. No, no, over and over again, as long as his voice will carry. You see the people at the security tent turn, run toward the explosion. You feel Marie hug you. What does Sophie do in this moment?
Sophie just turns to her and says, "Take me home."
Which home?
Yours.
She takes you to her car, settles you in, then begins driving. A few days pass. Because of the actions of this coterie, the hunter problem is no more. The spirit that has been plaguing this city is no more. There's still remnants of the blood out and about, but you managed to stop it from becoming a citywide catastrophe. All of you bound by red strings, now finally freed, one way or the other. Where do we find Sophie a week later?
Sophie is back in Chicago with Marie.
Ezekiel gives you proper space, but still comes in from time to time, trying to create some kind of family-like bond. But you can see as time goes on, he is starting to slip more and more. It probably won't be a year before he leaves. Marie, her arm mostly has healed back by now. Has hardly left your side. Drake. It's not long after you hear the events that took place, what happened to members of your coterie, what they did. You find yourself in New York, inside of a large council chamber, surrounded by people, some you know, some you don't. What is on Drake's mind as you are about to go to trial?
Drake lets himself feel pain at loss. Something that Lilith teaches to embrace and learn from. He doesn't have any regrets. He knew he couldn't have done anything, and in the end, they took the path they wanted to take. Took the one that he wanted to take. He's looking ahead for whatever comes. He truly is in his belief, and wherever the Night Mother takes him is where she wants him to go. He allows lamentation to himself. He lets himself feel it and immortalizes it to make sure that he can always touch that pain if he needs to. But now it's time for a real trial. He's got to move forward towards it.
Chicago and New York. As both of you step into the unknown of what your future will be. We pan back to St. Pete. In a mortuary being repurposed. A drawer opening as the sheriff pulls the stake from a torpid kindred. He helps them sit up. They stretch. I have some work to do. And with that, we bring to a conclusion Bloody Strings. Thank you, everybody who has followed the story so far, and I want to thank my lovely players for participating in this story. You have made it a wonderful experience. I'm grateful to have played with you, and I am glad we got to share it with you. Whatever the next chapter is, look forward to seeing you there.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Bloody Strings is produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pact. The storyteller for Bloody Strings is Devlin. Tonight's characters were voiced by Kyrie, Noree, Lekar, MissyMew, and Kendall. Visit our website at stpbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.